Hey, friends. Okay, we're going to try this again for the 50th million time. Hopefully, I won't have an echo. And I think I know what the problem was, and it was something dumb. And I'm not even going to tell you that's how dumb it was. Okay, so let's get to the right screen. That's not the one I want. Okay, that's better. Okay, so I'm going to restream. I'm going to back up. The YouTube because I've already done this before, but you probably don't know because I deleted the other live. So let's see if this is going to work this time. Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning, alternates. So I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay, thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me.
Okay, so I'm going to fast forward it because I know that defense had something to say to Judge Canoni. So
Something that I'm going to go read. All right, and we'll see you.
Wait a minute, let's back it up. Okay, here we go.
Jurors exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, so Mr. McDermott handed me something that I'm going to go read. All right, and we'll see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away, okay?
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if you have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay. Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Mr. Yanetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, and I have that. I found that online, and it looks like the defense has filed new motion, and it has to do with those jury forms that we all love and hate. So let me see if I can. There we go. All right. And of course, it's not big enough for me to read. Let me pull it up. Okay. All right. So we are looking at defendant's motion. Into regular. Okay. So it's defendant's motion to amend the verdict slip because, as you know, it's 3 pages because there's 3 main charges that that Karen Reed has. And like there's 3 different forms. The first one's easy, and it just says guilty, not guilty. The last one's easy, same thing. It's the middle one that is the one about manslaughter, and it is extremely confusing, especially if you're not used to looking at verdict slips. And it's got a lot of extras, and if I can, I may show that after we do this so you can kind of see what we're talking about. But let's go over this first. Okay, so defendant's motion to amend the verdict slip, and let's see here. Now comes Karen Reed to request to the court modify its jury verdict slip from its current form. Ms. Reed submits that the proposed amended verdict slip improves clarity for the jury in understanding its task and reporting its verdict. The current verdict slip, particularly the slip for count 2, risking confusing the jury and thus causing errors. So in other words, that's the one I was telling you about, that second page of the verdict slip. It's got it's listed, it's got colons and semicolons, and if you don't read it correctly with the punctuation, and plus I've looked at the slip already and last year, so that's why I'm kind of familiar with it. But if I was a juror coming in, that form is ridiculous. And I don't care if it's a standard that Massachusetts uses, it needs to be changed. It's so difficult. It's ridiculous. All right. So going on into the argument of her motion, again, it's just saying respectfully, the present verdict slip is unclear and otherwise confusing. And I love how they say respectfully, not that it's going to matter, because I'm going to tell you right now, Judge Canoni is going to deny this motion. She's going to say there's nothing wrong with the current form. She did it well. She did adjust it a little bit last year, but not much. And she likes to be vague. It's a kind of cover your ass kind of thing. That way she's vague and she can't be called out, because she's left this big, wide, vague directions, and she didn't get called out for it. Not that she has somebody to call it out to, which that needs to be changed as well. Judges need to be held more accountable, but I'll get off that soapbox for right now. So back to the argument. This lack of clarity and resultant risk of confusion and error can easily be minimized by tailoring and clarifying the verdict slip to better aid the jury in memorializing its verdict. Indeed, there is no compelling reason not to do so. Right. What's it going to hurt? Nothing but Canoni's ego. Specifically, Ms. Reed proposes that the court use the verdict slip attached as Exhibit A, which presents formatting changes, not substantive changes to the court's verdict slip. That the jury has started deliberation does not preclude amendment. And then it cites case law that backs that up. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, let me get it pulled up over here. Okay, and then it says, a verdict slip is a tool designed to aid the jury. Yes. Thank you, whoever wrote this. Thank you. But it needs to be like in bold neon sign kind of letters, because that is a huge point. Because last trial, they didn't even fill the forms out, because it said if you did not come, unanimously on all accounts, then you don't fill it out. And then when all these jurors were like, hey, we acquitted her on this account and on accounts 1 and 3, nobody signed the forms, nobody filled them out. So there was nothing to back that up. And of course, apparently an affidavit means nothing now, like perjuring yourself on when you're a witness doesn't really matter anymore. There's nothing's held accountable. So, anyways, so it says a recognized means of reducing errors in the rendering and announcing of verdicts, which again goes back to the verdict from the first trial. And again, I'm going to try to pull up some things about that you'll understand why it was the way it was. Let's see here. Okay, again, they're citing other case law. The current jury verdict slip has the real potential to confuse the jury and cause errors, particularly with respect to count 2. Told you, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and its lesser included charges. The form does not explain the process the jury should follow while completing it. Although the court instructed the jury that the form should be completed from top down, the form itself does not provide instructions to stop after the jury has selected a given box. Moreover, the form presents the jury with only a single not guilty option applicable to count 2 in its entirety. The whole thing reads guilty. If you think guilty of this, guilty of this. I mean, seriously, when they're saying this, it's not an exaggeration. Everything says guilty, 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 and then there's one not guilty option. And isn't that kind of, I wouldn't say tainting the jury, but isn't that kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Affecting them? Like, if you're seeing something so many times, then your brain's going to start thinking that way. So if you're reading something that's saying guilty, 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 is that going to kind of lead their brains to go towards guilty? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being crazy. But I do believe in, like, if you see something long enough, you're going to believe it. So that needs to be corrected. So anyways, okay, count 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and its lesser included charges. The form does not explain the process the jury should follow while completing it. And that's correct, because they don't have anybody back there like a teacher or somebody with the court to say, okay, jurors, now let's turn to page 1. And I mean, it's kind of like a test. It looks like a test. And if you don't have anybody back there that, that has good instructions, then everybody's going to think something differently about the jury slip. You're going to make your own instructions. And you can read things differently than other people. I might take it this way, and somebody else might think, well, no, it says this, so we should do it this way. And that's where the confusion comes up, and it becomes a problem. And what's the big issue about correcting it? Why does it matter? What does it mean to Canoni that, I mean, first of all, Karen Reed's supposed to have a right to a fair trial, and none of this trial or the last one has been fair. So what is it going to hurt? Wouldn't you think the court would, I mean, they're supposed to be not biased. Canoni is supposed to be not biased, and she is heavily pro-Commonwealth through this whole thing. And it's very obvious. And I know people have said, because they work with the state more often than, these independent defense attorneys. But she was a former public defender. And she knows that the defense attorneys, that's what they're doing, is they are protecting our rights. It doesn't matter if you think that the defendant is guilty or not guilty. The main thing that defense attorney, yes, they're trying to help their client, but they are to make sure that the U.S. citizens' rights, constitutional rights, are held in place, and that the government can't can't take those rights away from us. And that is what has been happening through this whole trial for Karen Reed. And no, I'm not a big political person, so don't get me started. I don't want to hear if you're a Democrat, Republican, none of that crap. I don't want to hear it. Liberal, whatever. I don't want to hear it. This is us as a collective country that this is going on. And it's not just here, it's going on everywhere. It's just not being caught because we don't have a lot of trials being covered, which we should, and that should be changed because we're all about transparency. Or that is what our goal is to for our government, local, and police to be more transparent with the public. So, okay, again, I'm stepping off the soapbox and I'm going to try to get finished reading through this. Probably by the time I finish reading this, we'll have a verdict. Anyways, okay, so let's see here. Okay. Again, it doesn't explain the process. So, in other words, they don't have instructions. Although the court instructed the jury that the form should be completed from top down, I think I read that already. The form itself does not provide instructions to stop after the jury has selected a given box. And it doesn't. It just has all those options. And it doesn't say, if you choose this, stop. If you choose this one, stop. Or if you don't choose this, move to the next one. Like I mean, that was pretty easy what I just said. And Canoni, if you call on the jury instructions, which I used to think were boring, but now they're very, very important, or they've been important. I just didn't realize it. But she did this in the last trial and this trial. She tells them the instructions, and then she says, the instructions on the forms. But she says if what she says is different than what's on the form, then they need to go by what she said. Well, how are they going to remember what she said if they're in a room and they can't turn around and ask her? They can't have a copy of transcripts from the courtroom. So how are they going to, what did she say? And again, it's one of those, okay, this juror's going to say, well, I remembered her saying this. And then another juror's going to say, well, no, I remembered her saying this. Well, the form says this. Again, here comes the confusion. And it's ridiculous. And I don't know why she's making it so difficult. I mean, I do know why she's making it so difficult, but come on, you're making it so obvious that you're biased. Okay. Moreover, the form presents the jury with only a single not guilty option applicable to count 2 in its entirety. With 4 guilty options, 1 for each charge. This imbalanced presentation visually favors the guilty option and risks creating bias towards a guilty verdict and degradation of Miss Reed's rights, in addition to creating the risk of confusion and errors. See, I told you it's called common sense, and there are some people that are lacking. In furtherance of the salutary goals of maximizing clarity and avoiding error, Ms. Reed proposes the verdict slip attached as Exhibit A. The proposed verdict slip has several benefits. First, the form includes clear step-by-step instructions explaining to the jury whether they should, and let's go to the next one. This is the last one. Okay. Stop or continue based on their findings for a given charge. Just like I said, okay, if they're on that page 2 and they don't, they're saying, okay, this is guilty. Okay, then go to the next one or stop at that. Whatever their instructions, it needs to be said. So, although Massachusetts law does not dictate how or in what order a juror must deliberate, the jury must return a verdict of the highest crime that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you don't know what reasonable doubt means or you're not sure, I do have a video. So go to the Karen Reed playlist and you'll find it's called Reasonable Doubt. Let's see here. Okay. And then they cite another case law. the proposed verdict slips clear instructions aid the jury in complying with that mandate. And I like that they say aid the jury, because Canoni's all about helping the jurors and making sure that they, are able to give Karen a unbiased, fair trial. And so I like when they put that in there, because they're using kind of like her own words to her or whatever. Okay. Additionally, the proposed verdict slip makes clear the jury's choice for guilty or not guilty for each separate charge, instead of presenting only a single not guilty option encompassing each and every charge that is part of count 2. This balanced presentation gives equal weight to both possible outcomes for each charge and avoids any implicit bias towards a guilty verdict, providing the jury with a clear choice between guilty or not guilty for each charge, while following step-by-step instructions, not just your oral instructions that if the paper is different, you go by your oral instructions. Also minimizes the risk of confusion for the jury. It is beyond cavil, I guess that's what that word is, that the proposed verdict slip is clearer than the current jury verdict slip. Conclusion. Ms. Reed respectfully requests that the court now substitute the attached verdict slip for the court's existing verdict slip for use in this case. And then it's signed by, I'm not sure. Oh, I think that's going to be Alan's handwriting. Okay. So, and I wonder if that one is, I wonder if that one is the one that, I wonder if that's the one that was corrected, or if they put another one out since I grabbed those copies. But let me see what's going on. So what I normally do is I'm constantly checking Twitter. I know people hate Twitter, but to solve the troll issues, if you don't want to deal with them, hey, how about block them? Because that's what I do, and I don't deal with that because I don't have the time nor the energy to deal with that bull. Beep. But anyways, let's see here. Okay, so let's go to, let's see on Twitter if uh, nope, I'm not seeing anything. So during the day when I'm on verdict watch, like I said, I'm chewing my nails. I can't sleep. I didn't go to sleep till after 1 o'clock. Hence I was late for this live, and then I had technical issues that was really silly, and so I got that fixed. So at least it gave me time to do that. But I'm really, I don't know. Part of me, I feel like we're going to get a verdict today, but we did that last year. So I'm kind of like, I want to say that, but I can't confidently say that because of what happened last year. We were like, oh yeah, they'll just be back there, kind of like the Murdoch trial. Like what, they were back within 3 hours with the decision that he was guilty. So I don't know. I really want to say by this afternoon they've had a chance to go through the evidence that they feel like they need to revisit. Hopefully she'll approve this, which I doubt it, but um so sorry, I'm checking the verdict watch, and it looks like we've had 2 hours and 53 minutes that the jurors have had to deliberate. Anyways, okay, let me see if I can find the verdict slip. I'm sorry I didn't have this ready, but you know what? That's just how live streams go for me. Anytime I try to plan stuff, it does not work out. Okay, let's see. Nope. I could have sworn I had it, and I guess I don't. Okay, talk amongst yourselves while I try to find this right quick. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I think I'm almost there, so bear with me. One day I'm going to find it. Okay, this is not it. Okay. This is not working. That's why I couldn't. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Are you serious? Okay, thought it was on here, and it was not. This is crazy. Why can't I find it? Let me look one other place, and then we'll just go over. Oh, yay. Okay, I found them. Give me a second. I knew I would find it. Okay. Okay. That's not the layout I want. I don't know why I have that song. I can make your hands clap. Okay, I don't know if I can make that any big. Let's see. Still the same size. Okay, well, still, maybe you can see it. Okay, and then I'm going to read it from the actual thing. Okay, so page 1 of the verdict slip, it just has Commonwealth, Massachusetts, then Commonwealth versus Karen Reed verdict slip. And then it has the case number, offense 001, murder in the second degree. All right. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is 1, not guilty, 2, guilty of offense as charged, murder in the second degree. And this is the unanimous decision of all 12 members. And then the foreperson is the one to sign it and date it. Okay. So this is easy. You either think she's guilty or not guilty of murder in the second degree. And how she would even be found guilty of this is ridiculous. They just added it to have a higher charge because they're assholes, plain and simple. So let's see here. Okay. Now let's go to the next one. Okay. This is the one that is like the one that gives everyone a problem. Okay. So again, it tells the case number, and the offense for this is offense number 2, because remember, she's got 3 charges. So this is the second one: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Okay, so, and then there's like lesser. And so here it goes. And now I'm trying to think if I can even remember correctly how it's spelled out, but we'll see. All right. So in the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is, and then number 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. Okay. So you would think you mark that and you're done. If you don't think she's, because you need to read the whole form. But if you think she's not guilty of that, then you would just mark it and then go to the next page. But you need to, if the jury thinks she might be guilty of one of the lesser offenses, then they need to mark that. Well, here's where it gets kind of dicey. All right. So number 2, guilty of offense as charged, semicolon. So that's like a pause. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, check one or both of the following. Okay, so it has guilty of offense as charged, which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Then check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. Well, I would think you would check, if you thought she was guilty of any of this, you would check mark number 2. And then if you thought she was guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Now that just says the exact same thing as that's the exact same thing as what it says by number 2. So I guess you would check that and check that. And then it says and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. How did they know for a fact that she was that? They had one person and they tested her blood alcohol level, and it was well after time that she dropped John O'Keefe off. And who knows, she could have had, when she was pissed off and calling him and cussing him out, she could have had some drinks. I don't know, but I don't like that one at all. Okay, so that's that part. All right, then number 3, guilty of lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter. Isn't that what manslaughter is? Involuntary? It's not like you did it on purpose. I feel like that one's redundant. So they're just saying manslaughter and they're taking out the while driving a motor vehicle under the influence. I don't know what the jail time would be for the difference between those, or fines or whatever, but okay. All right. This is so stupid. It just really irks me. Okay. Number 4, guilty of lesser included offense, motor vehicle homicide, which is a felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or the other says motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. Oh, God. It makes me think they're going to want to check all of them. Because it's not clear what the directions are. Okay, and then number 5, guilty of lesser included offense, operating under the influence of liquor. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is the one where, in other words, she was driving while have had some drinks, and it does not include any kind of death in that. And so it says operating under the influence of liquor, and then check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. Then again, it says, and this is the unanimous decision of all 12 members, date and the four-person signs. Okay, so you either choose number one or, but see, it doesn't say if you choose this, then stop and go to the next page or stop. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, are we supposed to mark all that? And then it has number two, guilty of offense as charged. So in other words, the other ones are guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle and while under the influence of liquor. And then the same with the blood alcohol level of 0.8% or greater. That's the choices with that. Then there's guilty of lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter. So that's just manslaughter without drinking part. Number four, guilty of lesser included offense, motor vehicle homicide, felony, AUI liquor, and negligence. Motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. Okay, so the difference between that and manslaughter is homicide is it the manner of death? Like you have your different manners of death, whether it's natural or accidental, or somebody used a term the other day, self-delete, because YouTube and it's weird. You can't talk real talk all the time on YouTube. But anyways, and then homicide is where is death by another person. And, you know, sometimes that is accidental, but it would not be manslaughter. But I don't know how they would differentiate between the two because see, this is where my brain would be. I would be sitting here going down a rabbit hole trying to figure out what they're saying. And with my ADD, I'd be all over the place. And did I take my meds this morning? No, because I was late for this. But anyways, yeah. So there's a problem right there. I personally would be like, well, what's the difference in manslaughter and vehicular homicide? As a layperson, I mean, could I sit here and try to talk my way through it? Sure. But based on what little knowledge I have, but I don't know. I mean, the last trial, when the jury had issues with this, it was alleged that they asked the foreperson to send a note to the judge saying they had a question about the verdict form, and the foreperson said no, they weren't sending a note. So that's a problem. I don't think that's going to be the case this time. Anyway, so I really honestly cannot tell you the difference between the manslaughter and the operating under the influence of liquor. I'm sorry, the motor vehicle homicide, excuse me. Of course, operating a motor vehicle, that's DUI. Yeah, so that's what they got to deal with. And, you know, the pressure is on because they have somebody's life in their hands. They have John O'Keefe to think about. You know, is this the right person that you get justice through, Karen Reed? Well, I don't think so because she's not guilty. But, you know, some may think, okay, well, she's guilty. But this is not even what they're supposed to be thinking. They're supposed to think about the evidence. and they need to keep it simple. And that's where I have to remind myself, keep things simple. And it's really good rule of thumb, so you don't go down that rabbit hole or you don't overthink things. Did the Commonwealth, beyond a reasonable doubt, prove that Karen Reed, you know what, to John O'Keefe with her car? The answer is no. Okay, let's go on to the last verdict page because that one's already giving me a headache. All right. So the last one, another easy breezy. I mean, it's like taking a test for me. I would answer the first page and the third page, and then the second page would be what I'd be spending all my time on. That's exactly how my brain would work. Okay, so on the third offense, make sure I got that pulled up for you guys. Yes, on the third offense, leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In the above entitled case, we the jury say that the defendant is not guilty or guilty of offenses charged leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. So in other words, she hit him, knew she hit him, and she left the scene. These are such bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't really like to cuss on video because my mom watches, but I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm tired. This case has worn me out. I can't imagine how Karen, her family, her dream team have all, made it this far because I couldn't do it. I don't know. I think I could, but I'll just put it this way. I am empathetic to their exhaustion. When I see people asking questions that we had already discussed like 2 years ago, it really irritates me. And it's not their fault, but they could, instead of asking us, they could, Google or look on Reddit or research, because that's what I did. Okay. And it looks like, okay, all right, so we are still, the only fan is still up, so nothing's going on at the court. Let me check Twitter, make sure. Again, this is what I do. I sit here and I look at social media and I'm like, okay, let's see if we've heard anything yet. And then I'll read some stuff or do a little bit around the house. Not much because I got to be frozen so I can check for, it's crazy. And I wouldn't even say I'm obsessed. That's how concerned I am. Let's see here. Just looking on Twitter, good to see some people covering this morning. Okay. Jess Machado, she is reporting, well, this was 2 hours ago. The thread's like the largest they have seen. But what's awesome is Karen and her team requested that the supporters be quiet when they are walking to the courthouse just to prove that they could be quiet with that many people. And Jess said, the largest crowds we have seen are here surrounding the courthouse, but are almost completely silent. When Karen arrived, all you could hear were the birds tweeting. Love it. I love it because some of the court and some of the people that think Karen is guilty think that supporters are a cult, that we're just this crazy ass mob that just can't be under control. And that's why my state police should be there and Dedham police and maybe we should call the National Guard. No, I'm just kidding. They didn't say that. But I mean, that's the way it's crazy. I mean, even when I was there for just a little bit, and there wasn't near this many people. Um, it Yeah, they had like bike patrol, they had dead end police officers, which shout out to the ones that were very nice to me and to supporters. And then there was the Mass State troopers who, yeah, they wouldn't even look you in the eye. But I know there are some nice ones because I've seen them on video. But and then there's some that are not so nice. So and I'll be doing a video about First Amendment rights and um, how local citizens Jason Grant and Erica Walsh did something about it. So I'm hoping to have that video finished soon. If not, I may just have to go live because here lately I cannot get anything done. It's like it's got to be perfect. And so that's the other thing I like doing this channel. I'm teaching myself I don't have to be perfect. I can just be me. But I will tell this, it's harder for women than men because guys, if you just want to get on there live right quick, I mean, you just jump on. Women, we have to put on makeup. I mean, I don't wear a lot of makeup, but I do put on some and make sure my hair was brushed or something. I was actually going to try to fix it, but I woke up late and that's okay. Um, let's see. I'm just checking one more time to see if I see anything. And if not, I may just let this run. Okay. I think that's what I'm going to do. Um, Not me. Okay. I'll return shortly, guys. Okay, I'm back. I had to take a break. I was getting kind of sleepy. This fan, it's kind of annoying and can make you sleepy at the same time. But anyways, I don't know. I'm ready for this to be over. Um, so in the chat below, let me know if you think she is going to be. Here, I'm going to put it on me. If you think she's going to be not guilty or found guilty on all three, or it's going to be a hung jury, just let me know in the chat what you think. Also, while I had stepped away, so I had said earlier that Karen had filed a motion like to get some added instructions to the jury verdict slip because we all know they messed up last time. And of course, well, per Christina Rex on X, formerly Twitter, she stated that Karen said that, and I know this is a bunch of hearsay, but Christina Rex, she's been following this like Aiden has and Jess Machado. But anyways, they I was looking at something. Telling you ADD at work here. But anyways, yeah, I trust what she says. So if she caught Karen saying that outside, then that's what happened. Okay. There was something I wanted to show you. Let me see if I can find it. Because a lot of people, they don't understand how Canoni works. And this is what I had an issue with the appeal last time. We all know about, the jury instructions heard around the world. Or maybe not heard all them around the world actually, but um how Canoni she messed it up. She didn't give the defense a chance to uh state any kind of objections at the last trial. And so then when they appealed it, then the appeals court even went to the Supreme Court. They were like, no, like, in other words, their answer was, well, you didn't say anything. Well, she doesn't give them a chance to say anything, and she runs out the room, and it drives me insane. And I want to know, and if any attorneys can answer this for me, just put it in the chat. I would appreciate it. Did they, when they turn in their, I guess you'd say, appeal, their appeals, are they allowed to like have copies of, like, on a flash drive to turn in to actually show, not just read transcripts, but actually see the videos of like the judge's behavior or whoever they have a problem with? Because it would really be helpful if they could see uh how she handled hmm, the instructions, because I'm sure the transcript doesn't give, it just says what they say. It doesn't have the actions behind those words or what was going on in the courtroom when that was going on. Um, let's see here. And yes, I'm just now looking it up. So sorry. I thought it was going to be on the trial channel, which is awesome because they clip like all the witnesses in Karen Reed's trial. They like clipped it, cleaned them up so you could hear it, took all the commercials out. So I was really appreciative of that. Let's see here. Okay, let's go to Boston 10. Let me see. Okay, let me see what I can get out of this. Let's see here. Okay, let me get this cleaned up and situated. Well, you can't see me on that. That'll work. Okay. Bear with me. I'm a one-woman show. Okay. Nope, that's not going to work. There we go. That looks good. Okay. 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 Let me take this ticker off. I'm going to put that this is, in case anybody jumps in, this is that we're watching Karen's first trial jury. Okay. All right. Okay. So there we go. All right. So let's go over, and the judge has came in. This is from trial 1, not today. Why am I not? Oh, come on. Why is it not working?
The record on 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay. All right, so counsel, you're aware of our note from the jury. Dear Judge Cannoni, I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict, signed by the foreperson. So I want to hear from counsel your view on whether there has been due and thorough deliberation. So let's start with the Commonwealth.
My answer would be no, Your Honor. This simply hasn't been sufficient time yet.
And what does the defense say?
We believe that there has been sufficient.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail. Mr. Lally, I will hear you.
Your Honor, the jury received this case just earlier this week. They've had slightly shortened days, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that they haven't conducted their due diligence in regard to their deliberative process, but I would submit that it is far, far, far too early in their deliberative process to even consider giving them any kind of Tui Rodriguez instruction or anything close to that. Furthermore, what the note doesn't really indicate affirmatively that they can't come to a conclusion. It just says that they haven't come to a conclusion through their deliberative process at this time. They're not even asking for one, is what I would say.
All right, thank you. Ms. Giannetti, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I would disagree with Mr. Lowry's characterization of the note. The word exhaustive is the word I think that's operative here. They're communicating to the court that they've exhausted all manner of compromise, all manner of persuasion, and they're at an impasse. This is a case where the jury has the legal instructions. They've only really asked one question.
Okay, first of all, I don't know if you can hear, but I can hear with my headphones on. She right there, just a few seconds ago, she was like, Jim, which is the court clerk. Why is she talking to Jim while she's supposed to be listening to Yannetti's argument about a mistrial? Because at this point, they're wanting to, have the jury call it. Okay, it's time to call it. And that's what they're sitting here arguing about from trial one. We are not on the current trial. This is just going back because I wanted to show you how it went about. And like I said, I just have questions. Did appellate judges, did they get to see the video? Is a video submitted? Because it needs to be shown her behavior, not just reading transcripts and reading motions and appeals and listening to oral arguments. There also needs to be video for context.
Which was to try to get a report that they were not allowed to get. And I think the message has been received that the evidence is closed. They won't get anything more. They've been working essentially nonstop over the last 3-4 days. We're approaching a weekend. They didn't come back with this at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. They're at 12 o'clock and they have nowhere to turn. So our position is the jury should be read the Tui Rodriguez model instruction and go from there.
Okay. All right, so you all know that it is within my discretion, I decide. So a case that has been, it's a long case. This is our 4th day of deliberations, but Tuesday was a short afternoon, maybe 2.5 hours. Wednesday, they left early because of an appointment. Yesterday was also shortened a little bit, and this note arrived with less than 3 hours of deliberations today. So the length of the trial, the length of the deliberations, I know the case we heard from 74 witnesses. There are 657 exhibits, very complex issues in this case. I'm not prepared to find that there have been due and thorough deliberations at this point. So I am going to send them back out.
Okay, I'm going to agree with her at 3 hours and some odd, but she's the one that cuts days short. I mean, yeah, jurors do have like doctor's appointments that they need to go to or whatever, but a lot of it, she tries to work banker's hours, as the old saying used to be. Like she says, we're out of here at 4 o'clock because of certain contracts that some of the court officers and court workers have, that they all, I don't know, something about the union, and some of them need to leave by a certain time and they can't work over, and I don't know. So she's always big about that, and I can understand part of that, but here we are again. I mean, a woman's life is on the line, and we're worried about people going home on time. I mean, if you don't like this job, then why are you doing it? That's what I gotta say about that. Such a grouch.
We'll bring them in and we'll do that now.
And that was the other thing too, was they were always, zooming in on Karen and her team. I mean, that's attorney-client privilege, especially if you can read lips. And there's a lot of people out there that is their job, is to read lips, and it's not just for the hearing impaired. FYI. Jody. If she's going to talk, yeah, she needs to mute her mic and quit talking to people. Okay, let's see here. I'm just skipping because I want to get to the
To
part.
inform you on behalf of the jury that despite...
Okay, so, all right, so the jurors are coming in.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
They're back in session.
Right. So, jurors, I'm in receipt of your note. I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by your foreperson. We all know how hard you've been working. Lunch will be arriving shortly. When it comes, I'd ask you to clear your heads, have lunch, and begin your deliberations again. Or continue your deliberations. All right? So I'm sending you back out.
Okay, so that time the jury were like, okay, we cannot come to an agreement. And she hasn't given I think it's the Tui Rodriguez, where, in other words, she's like, okay, you need to find a verdict now, or hung jury, whatever, make a decision. But anyways, so, and so she's like, eat some lunch. It's like she's concierge, and rethink things through, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And so she sends them back out.
Rise to the court, please. Jurors, follow me, please.
I'm going to try to find the one. I don't know if this is going to have it. Okay. No. All right. So let me find, God. That's not even the one. Whoops. And I'm still sharing what I'm looking for. Hold on a second. Hide the screen. There we go. All right. Let me find it. I'm so prepared. And I hear my cat crying. I don't know if y'all can, but. Okay. It's not. No. Oh my gosh. My cat is driving me nuts. I know you probably can't hear, but I can, and it's driving me nuts. Here's what I want. Let this out. Please have last year's on it. Okay, good. Okay. Okay. think I have found it. Okay. Okay, the jury's come back in.
Please rise for the jury.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're coming in now. I wonder if Paul O'Keefe has given any signals. Y'all know, those that know what I'm talking about.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
Now watch. The jury are going to leave and they're going to go, I guess, to her chambers or wherever their secret spot is that they meet and chat.
Thank you. Be seated. Court is still in session.
All right. I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime maybe the end.
Okay, so I'm going to stop right here and I'm going to give you reason why they're just sitting there right now listening to her. Because, number one, she's the judge and she is running the show. And I mean that factually and sarcastically. So she's running the show. If you have not watched any of the pre-trial motion hearings, especially before the first trial, she was awful. They couldn't speak. She, every time they tried to say something, she would interrupt them. It was way worse than it is now. And so it's kind of like, okay, do we say something now? Do we wait? What are we doing? Because we don't know how we can speak. And you can look at Jackson. He's really, watching her. Unetti's on his phone, probably, about to look at dates. And they're waiting for the judge to say, okay, do you have anything to say? Because that's usually what happens at the end of hearings and trial days. Is there anything we need to discuss? I mean, I don't know what the actual formal, hey, what do you think? I mean, are you okay with this hung jury? Or, I don't know. And I wonder if she based it on because the defense had mentioned, to go ahead and, we're going to pressure the jury to, I guess they were wanting a hung jury, or for a mistrial. But here's the thing about, you can't plan this stuff. It's all strategic. I mean, it's strategy. It's like playing chess. And every moment you make a decision, then you've got to be ready to make 3 more decisions right after that one decision. I mean, it's not easy. I I don't see how they do it. But anyway, so they're waiting to see what she's going to say next.
End of July. I understand people have vacation schedules. Can we come in the week of the 21st?
Okay, Alan looks like he's looking over
That's fine.
at Yannetti, because Jackson, of course, is out of California, so he is pro hoc vice. So he's looking at Yannetti for, okay, how do we do this here in Massachusetts?
No, I'm just looking at my calendar. Could we do the 22nd at 2 p.m., Ron? And I would appear from my client.
Is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to leave the vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates. So,
What about, okay.
Well, how about you make it work,
The,
Bev?
The 19th and 9th. Is that whole week?
no, that week's not good. The teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August
Teaching?
7th, 8th, 9th?
Please tell me she's not teaching.
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so the court knows.
Heaven forbid.
Ms. Little and I are not available on the 22nd. We had a hearing.
I was looking in hindsight. She had to have this trial starting on April 1st.
Anyway,
Okay.
but for a status conference, I don't want the court to think it's disrespectful to the court, but Ms. Little and I probably will not.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
Football rise.
Okay.
And now we have an official ruling.
And maybe it's not like I remembered. I just remembered her just rushing out after they said that. So maybe I'm wrong. And I'll admit if I'm wrong. But still, it was like, when were they supposed to? Hold on. Okay. What was the correct thing for them to say? Okay, I know like on some cases they'll poll the jury, but I don't know what they do in a mistrial. It was just like, let's find a date. Okay, bye-bye. And it was like, well, hell, what did just happen? That's how I know I felt. Now looking back I don't know. And that's what's been hard about this whole thing, especially if you have been watching since day one. Like, I know a lot of stuff. I know a lot of evidence that wasn't allowed to come in. I know, let me make sure you can hear me because I want to lean back. There was a lot of evidence that was not allowed in that should have been let in. There was a lot of stuff found out and discussed. Well, like, for example, trial 1, we knew that the feds had hired ARCA to help with an investigation. Well, the jury didn't even know there was any kind of other investigation going on. They thought that ARCA, because in that trial they had to say, they had to word it like, you were hired by someone else, not us, the defense, and not the Commonwealth. And they would say yes. Well, then that leads the jurors to, figure, okay, who were they hired from? And some of them thought that they were hired by Karen's insurance, I guess car insurance company. And then the others thought that Aiden Carney aka Turtle Boy, had heard them. And I'm like, oh my gosh, because that led also to their credibility as expert witnesses. The feds hired them, then, they're good to go. Then here we go with trial two, and we still cannot tell the jurors that originally ARCA was hired by the feds to investigate Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and the Massachusetts State Police. I keep putting Massachusetts and state together. Massachusetts State Police. And they don't know that, but that should go toward Karen's defense. I mean, it's a Bowden defense, and that's just stating that it's because of, the horrible investigation into the death of Officer John O'Keefe, So that's their defense, was the investigation was not good. Okay, then that's more proof, that it wasn't, that they didn't do their job. They're so bad that the feds had to come in and investigate and go through some of their cases. That's how Sandra Birchmore case came out, and then that's how we heard that they were investigating Karen Reed, and that's how I heard that they found out about Karen Reed's trial, was because some of the investigators with the Massachusetts State Police, Proctor, who was handling Sandra Birchmore's case, was handling Karen Reed's case. And so why can't they know? They didn't do their job. Who goes out with solo cups and leaf blowers to investigate? God, that pisses me off every time those words come out of my head. Out of my mouth. And it really upsets me. And I'm going to say this, and I don't care what anybody says. If that was my son, my brother, my family member, and I found out that the investigation into his death was done with solo cups and that the evidence was not handled properly, reports were not done properly, people were not interviewed properly, I'll tell you what, my damn ass would be down at somebody's office, probably the DA's office, pitching a holy terror fit. I know one thing, I wouldn't have been at my house or wherever sitting with Jim McCabe and Kerry Roberts coming up with a timeline. Anyways, I'm serious. Why are you not fighting for your family member? Even if you thought Karen's guilty or not guilty, why are you not fighting for your family member? Because sitting there and allowing that mess to go forward it's not right. And I would have demanded them to stop what they were doing and do their job. Go back and take whatever you've got and do your job right. And they didn't. They just sat there. And poor Mr. O'Keefe, John's daddy, him and Karen, from what I've understood, they were close. And he's only been a few times. And you can tell it has taken a toll on him because he's torn. I know he's torn. He loved Karen. They would go to church together. And then, his son. And then his family. It's a mess. And I just want this part to be over with. And as soon as this is over with, I really want somebody to jump on and start investigating, truly investigating, no bullshit, John O'Keefe. They need to investigate the death because there is stuff that I know as a person of the public, we don't know, that the defense knows and that the DA's office in the Commonwealth knows. But they can't say things because of whatever rules that Judge Cannoni puts in place. And sometimes you can't, I don't know, I feel like sometimes you can't show all your cards as a defense. I mean, evidence, yes, but I don't know. I just feel like I'm not going to talk about rumors that I haven't talked about on here yet because I don't know what's going to happen after this trial. I really do want them to go into look into John's death, because I'm just worried that if it's not done now, then it won't ever happen. And that the DA's office allowed the Massachusetts State Police to do a shitty investigation, because that's how it works. The police bring their case to the DA's office and say, okay, here's what we got. And they accepted it when they should have told them, no, we don't have enough here that proves that Karen hit John with her car. And they should have sent it back right then. So, I mean, the DA's office is just as guilty of this poor investigation as the police, in my eyes, because they allowed it. Guilty by association, or guilty because they allowed it to happen and didn't do anything about it. That's what. And that's why I'm ready. Everybody should know about this investigation. The jury should know. The jury in the last trial, or in the first trial, they were like, let me take this banner off. Oh yeah. I put that on there. That's me. Okay. I'm so tired. So if I'm silly, just ignore me. Okay. Banner. Let me hide it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So now I forgot. Oh, in the first trial. Okay, so the CERT team, they're just this special investigative team, whatever, blah, blah. They came later and they, did an investigation. And the jury asked for the report from the CERT team. Judge Canoni told them no. And when she talked to the attorneys about it, she said, I'm going to tell them no because there's not one. She didn't tell them no because there's not one. She just told them they couldn't have it. They could not have the report. Not that, I'm sorry, jurors, but there is not a report. They did not do a report. And see, that is not being honest. Why are we leaving truth out? Why is truth being left out? I don't understand. And I don't get it. I really, really don't get it. All right, let me check X and see if I see anything exciting that I want to hear about. I swear to goodness, if they said, we got a verdict, I'm going to be mad. Okay. All right, so I'm not seeing anything right now. And let me check the feed. Let's see. I'm just double checking. Mm-hmm. Okay. Nope. Okay. I don't like what theirs looks like anyway, so I'm going to go back to law. All right, so I'm going to put unfortunately, put the fan back up. And I'm going to take a break for a little bit. So I'm going to just leave the stream running. You can go back. For those that just showed up, you can go back and rewind and see what all I've said earlier. But other than that, okay, I'll see you back in a few. Okay, I'm back. I'm waiting. Let's make sure I'm not muted. And let's put it on the right thing too. Nope, not that one. Let's see. I don't like that one either. No, you can't see me. I guess we'll just go with that. Okay, so we are waiting for word on the street or Twitter is that the Reed and O'Keefe families have been called in, and I think it's because they're going to dismiss for the day, which is kind of disappointing because I was really hoping to get a verdict today. I don't know. I think it's just more wishful thinking than anything. But let me see what is going on with Twitter. Oh,
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day, get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, help me.
okay, there you have it. So the jury is going home for the day, but let's just see if anything's going to be said. Sounds like the mics are still on, so they may be addressing some things after the jurors leave. Oh, like that motion this morning, that was denied. Denied. That's all she does. Denied.
All right. So we'll see everybody tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, there you have it. There was nothing else to discuss. So, let me remove that, close it before I forget. Okay, today has been a long day. Even though I wasn't on, I just let the fan run in case something did come on. Gosh, talked with a lot of people, chit chatted. People asking me questions, which is great. I'd rather people ask. A lot of misinformation given. So Thursday, I believe, is Juneteenth, and they will supposedly be closed, the courthouse. She did not mention it to the jurors, so who knows if they even know. And Friday, I heard they were closed Thursday and Friday through Jess Machado, but then Sue O'Donnell with, I think it's Boston 10, if I'm correct. She's there, and she says she asked a court officer or somebody that works at the courthouse, and they said they would only be closed Thursday. So, whatever the case, I'm ready for a verdict. And I know a lot of people are waiting for a verdict. The crowds are getting bigger down there in Dedham, which is great to see. But I'm going to speak on behalf of myself, but I think a lot have the same feelings as well as getting nervous because it's almost kind of like deja vu from last trial. I think I was listening to, gosh, I think it was the lawyer, and it's me, like I was part of the jury last time. I think the jurors deliberated about 27 hours total last time. And no, that was not like they didn't go home and sleep. It wasn't that. It was just each day they totaled it. I think it was like 3 days of deliberation. So I guess we will wait and see what tomorrow comes and pray for not guilty on all 3 accounts. And now I think I'm really going to go and take a nap because I'm exhausted. This trial has exhausted me. And I didn't sleep good either. So I'm ready for a nap. And I guess, unless something happens or pops up, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening. Love you. And let's get out of here.